Welcome to Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida, the site of Game 3 of a three-game series between the Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, as always joined by Jerry Remy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, the clubhouse still abuzz over David Ortiz's 499th and consequently his 500th home run here last night, Jerry. It was quite an epic night.
Yeah, it was special last night. There's no question about that, to watch Ortiz get this milestone. And, of course, the first home run came off Matt Moore, and it was a fastball that Moore threw to David Ortiz right there. And, of course, he's pulled that ball out of the ballpark. And I asked him this morning, what were you looking for in the second at-bat and the next at-bat? And he was looking for a breaking ball, and that's exactly what he gets. He gets a breaking ball from Matt Moore down and in. And for a left-handed hitter, that's exactly where you want that pitch, down and in, something that you can pull. And he got it and hit number 500. So everybody was all excited, obviously, for David Ortiz. All his teammates coming out to the field to shake his hand and hug him. And it was kind of a nice moment. When you look at the numbers, they're actually incredible. 500 career home run, 27 player all-time to reach that milestone. Only the fourth Red Sox at 500. Jimmy Fox, Ted Williams, and Manny Ramirez, the other three. And 444 career home runs as a DH. That is the most all-time. So, you look at these numbers, you start to add them up with the home runs and the RBIs, and I think David Ortiz one day is headed for the Hall of Fame.
Well, certainly everyone wanted to celebrate David Ortiz's 500th home run at home at Fenway Park. Couldn't do it there, but he was able to celebrate it with his teammates. Very special moment after the 500th home run. We'll talk more. David Ortiz with Karen Austin when we come back right after this. It's a new Audi A3 today. Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Toyota's website for deals via Toyota.com. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. The Kia Sorrento. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at Southwest.com. Welcome back inside Tropicana Field. We get ready for Game 3 of the three-game series between the Red Sox and the Rays. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Well, it's certainly a very special night here last night for David Ortiz. Number 500 for Big Papi, but just as special for a lot of his teammates who will never forget where they were the night Ortiz hit his 500th. With more, here's Karen Austin.
Thanks, Don. After David Ortiz hit his 500th home run, there was a lot of celebrating in the Red Sox dugout and the Red Sox clubhouse. Interim manager Torey Lovullo shared what he thought was the most important moment of the night.
The reaction of his teammates would probably stand out more than anything, because the entire bullpen came running out, the dugout poured out into the on-deck circle, and it showed how much love there is between this group and the love that this group has for David. He's a pretty special guy in a lot of ways. I think they had a pretty good bonding special moment where they may have soaked him pretty good and given him some sort of a shower or two. So I could hear it. I wasn't in there because I was busy taking care of a couple of things, but I could hear the excitement that these guys had for him. It was from what I understand, it was a pretty special moment.
Well, a pretty special night overall last night. Incredible night. Rich Hill's on the mound today for the Red Sox in the finale of the series. First start for him since 2009. We're back with the first pitch right after this.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Rays defense is brought to you by DraftKings.
By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. The Rays tank inside Tropicana Field, where the Red Sox and Rays wrap up their 3-game series. Rays have taken the field. So let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup, brought to you by your Eastern Hyundai dealers. Leading it off and in center field is Mookie Betts with Dustin Pedroia at second base, batting second. Xander Bogaerts at shortstop with Travis Shaw at first base in the cleanup spot. Rusney Castillo in left field with Alan Craig, the DH. Devin Marrero at third base, bats seventh, with Sandy Leon doing the catching, he bats eighth. And Jackie Bradley Jr. rounds out the starting 9 in right field. Now the Rays starting pitcher presented by New England Nissan dealers. Drew Smyly on the mound for his 9th start of the year. 2-2 with a 3.59 earned run average, 45 strikeouts to 9 walks. Opponents hitting at .250 against Smyly. Last time out, a no decision. That was against the Tigers at Detroit at Comerica Park, going 5 innings, giving up 4 runs. He walked 1 and struck out 3.
The Rays defense is brought to you by DraftKings, and they have 13th in the league with 86 errors on the season. Evan Longoria at third base, Tim Beckham the shortstop, Logan Forsythe at second, and Richie Schaefer the first baseman. Left to right, Gaia, Kiermaier, and Souza Jr. And JP Arancibia doing the catching for Smyly.
Mookie Betts ready to get it started today as he stands in, and Drew Smyly ready to work here for Tampa Bay. First pitch of the ball game on the way, and it is in there for strike 1, and we're underway. Mookie Betts sitting at .287 coming in with 15 homers and 71 runs batted in. As Betts will take another strike, he's down 0-2. Mookie coming in with a 17-game hitting streak into today's action. 386 along the way, 7 doubles, a triple, and 4 home runs as this one is fouled off to the right out of play.
And facing a guy like Smiley, who's been hurt just about all season long, a couple of times with injuries, torn left labrum, left shoulder tendonitis, only making his 9th start of the season.
0-2 pitch. And Mookie thought about it, kind of a check swing, and he does go around, rung up by the home plate umpire on the swing as Betts strikes out to begin the ball game.
The breaking ball that time in the dirt. Betts can't control the head of the bat. They call him out.
Well, the umpiring crew, Angel Hernandez behind the plate with Chris Conroy at first, Ted Barrett at second, Adam Hamari at third base. And a first pitch strike to Dustin Pedroia, batting second and playing at second base. 288 with 10 homers and 37 runs batted in for Dustin. And a ground ball foul outside of third, down towards the pen. And of course, Drew Smiley missing 60 days with a torn left labrum. Has allowed a total of 13 runs, 12 earned in 26 innings. 2 scoreless starts prior to going on the DL, and he's had some problems with home runs. 9 home runs in 42 2/3 innings. He fifth faced the Red Sox at Fenway Park, took the loss in that game, but pitched fairly well, 6 innings, giving up just 1 run through 92 pitches in that outing. Evens up at 2-2. Made 4 rehab starts, 4 returning to the Rays, and Pedroia chasing after that. Foul tips into the catcher's mitt, and back-to-back strikeouts to begin the day for Drew Smiley.
It's tough to tell whether that was a curveball or a changeup. Let's get another look, and it breaks down like it's a curveball, and its spin looks like it's a curveball also. It's 78 miles an hour.
So 2 down here in the first inning. It brings up Xander Bogaerts. 320 with 5 home runs and 71 runs batted in now for the Red Sox shortstop. Xander hitting at 381 so far in September. Did he go? No. This is first base umpire Chris Conroy. Now Bogaerts right now starting the day 4th in the majors in hits with 170. See the batting average leaders in the American League, only behind Miguel Cabrera. Starting the day hitting at 320. There's a strike, and it's 3-1. 170 hits. Well, the last Red Sox shortstop with more hits in a season, Edgar Renteria, in 2005 with 172. Xander should blow by that, as this one is fouled off down the first base line and back into the seats. Most hits in a season for a Red Sox shortstop back in 2003, 198 for Nomar. It's lefties behind Jose Altuve, hitting a 371. Well, a lot of numbers at you from Xander. He's had a great season. This one is into right field, falling fast, but on the run and off the glove of Souza. Reaching at first base is Bogaerts. Looked like he had that all lined up. Came in awkwardly and cannot make the catch.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those in this series that should have been caught. This ball actually jams Bogaerts a little bit, gets it out to right field, and I thought Souza had it lined up. Comes in, slows up, and just right off the top of the glove. It didn't seem to me like he needed to go into a slide like he did.
I don't think he lost it in the light bank or anything either.
Didn't appear that way.
It has been ruled a base hit. Easily could have been an error, though. So Xander aboard here with 2 down in the inning, and Travis Shaw, the batter. Xander taking off on the first pitch, and it's dropped by Aaron Sebia. So a stolen base without a throw for Xander Bogaerts.
And wasting no time going on that very first move from Smiley. As soon as that light comes up, he is gone. And JP Arencibia cannot handle the ball behind the plate. Bogaerts with the head first line at second base. 8th steal of the season.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Shaw. And that's going to miss down and away. Shaw hitting at .280 now. 10 home runs on the year. 23 runs batted in. He was part of the offensive attack here last night. Gave the Red Sox a 10-2 lead with his 2-run home run in the 8th inning. It's away again from Aaron Sebia, but no advance this time for Bogaerts, and it was called a strike.
It's like Aaron Sebia right now has got an eject button in his glove.
Can't catch it.
No, the fastball just pops right out. Closing the glove up too soon.
Bogaerts taken off for third now as Shaw strikes out to end the inning. Smiley ends up striking out the side. The Rays are coming up. As the Red Sox starting pitcher is presented by New England Audi dealers. His first start since 2009 for Boston native Rich Hill. This year between Syracuse and Pawtucket, 30 games, 5 starts, 5-4 with a 2.83 ERA. Brandon Guyer leading it off. I was talking to Rich Hill yesterday about his new delivery, and it's certainly much more over the top than it's ever been before for Hill. Of course, was sidearm for a number of years. Different delivery and different results in his return to the major leagues. Shaw going as far as he can, but he won't have a play. So Hill getting the start back with the Red Sox again. Seems to find his way back in a Red Sox uniform each time. As deals with Guyer here hitting at .270, 6 homers and 25 runs batted in. Last major league start for Hill, July 27th of '09, and that was with Baltimore. Today's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Pitch is popped up. Foul ground as Shaw as well as Leon, and it'll be Sandy Leon who makes the catch on Guyer for the first out. Let's check out the rest of the Rays starting lineup brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Just saw Brandon Guyer. He's in left with Mikey Matuk, the DH, Evan Longoria at third base, Logan Forsythe at second base, Steven Souza Jr. in right field with Tim Beckham in shortstop batting sixth, Richie Schaefer at first base with Kevin Kiermaier at center field batting eighth, and J.P. Arancibia doing the catching, batting out of the 9th spot. One down, and Here is Mikey Matuk, a DH who started in left field in this series and today DHing. 236 with 4 homers and 9 runs batted in. First time the Rich Hill has ever started a game against Tampa Bay. He's appeared in 9 games against the Rays in his career, but never started a game against Tampa. A tough time against the Rays in the past. 7 earned runs and 5 2/3 out of the pen. Rich Hill, the first left-handed pitcher in Major League Baseball to go 6+ years between starts since Brad Thomas. Thomas made a start on August 11th, 2001 for the Twins, then made his next start in April of 2010. 9 years in between, and that was with the Tigers the second time.
We've seen a lot of different styles from Rich Hill. I remember when he was with the Red Sox before, he was kind of a drop down to the side guy, and they're trying to convince him that sidearm delivery would make him a specialist against left-handed hitters. Well, he has since changed that and gone back over the top. So there's been a lot of experimenting throughout the years for Hill. Back in the old days, it was a sidearm delivery. Now it's more of an over-the-top delivery, more conventional.
A native of Boston, first Massachusetts-born player to make an appearance for the Red Sox this year. As that is in there for strike 3. Matuk strikes out. First K for Hill. 2 down.
Yeah, goes to the curveball to pick up his first strikeout. And a good one. Starts it off the plate. Picks up the outside corner with it. The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. 11th in the league. 84 errors. Marrero at third base. Bogarts at shortstop. Pedroia at second. Shaw at first. In the outfield, Castillo, Betts, Bradley, and Sandy Leon doing the catching.
Evan Longoria batting with 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. 275 with 19 home runs, 68 runs batted in. Well, last Massachusetts-born player to appear for the Red Sox was Alex Hassan. Played 3 games for the Red Sox last year, 2014. There's a pop-up in foul ground. Sandy Leon couldn't find it right away. Now he does and makes the catch. Right by the Rays on deck circle. Well, 1-2-3 first for Rich Hill. Scoreless from St. Pete. Epic accomplishment of reaching 500 career home runs. Tweet hashtag NESN DataStrongFan. Could be the fan chosen to salute Big Papi on behalf of Red Sox Nation. Tweet your photos now. Brought to you by T-Mobile. On to the second inning back in St. Pete without a score. And Rusney Castillo leading it off and taking a pitch down low. Castillo sliding up in the order, batting fifth. 282 with 5 homers and 26 runs batted in. Have an inside out swing and a bloop to right that's going to fall in for a base hit in front of Souza. Second hit of the day for Boston. Rusney Castillo on to begin the second inning.
Castillo actually got jammed on a fastball that time, but just kind of bloops it out in front of Souza Jr. That time, Steven Souza Jr. really had no chance at all to make a play. So Rusney picks up the base hit on a fastball. It's inside, just got the hands in enough to get the good part of the bat on the baseball and kind of bloop it out in the right field.
So lead runner on here for the Red Sox in the second inning, and a check on Castillo at first base. 4 out of 8 is Rusney on the base paths. As Alan Craig getting a start. He is the DH this afternoon. Pitch in the dirt to Craig, and it's 1-0. 117 with the Red Sox this year. Started the year with Boston. First 24 games before being sent down to Pawtucket. Home run, 2 runs batted in that time. Pinch ran in the game last night for David Ortiz in the 7th inning and come around to score on the Travis Shaw home run. He was optioned out to Pawtucket back on May the 9th. Ended up playing in 93 games for the Paw Sox this year. Played at first base, right field, left field. At 274 this season at AAA. Fouls it off to the right, back into the seats. Throw to first, and back to the bag is Castillo. Held on over there by Richie Schaefer. Center fielder Kevin Kiermaier, step or two towards right center field here on Alan Craig. This time Schaefer kind of standing in front of the bag, and back to the bag successfully is Rusney Castillo.
Rusney certainly not fooled by this move of Smiley to first base. Getting back easily. Not a real big lead for Castillo as he gets a little bit more now.
This is lined down the right field line, but making its way foul down towards the bullpen area. Well, the Red Sox family 4-packs are back in this special package. Fans will get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas for $75. This great deal is even available for Fred and Lynn bobblehead night on September the 22nd. Tickets are available at redsox.com/family 4-packs. Going to see Doug Flutie in the house here in St. Pete. One and two the count to Craig. And a ground ball down the third baseline, foul. Craig batting with Castillo at first base, held on there by Richie Schaefer. Nobody out here in the second inning. 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, and it's 2-2. Nice play by Aaron Sebia to his left. fouled off with Castillo taken off, and Rusnez's got to go back to the bag at first with a count of 2-2 here to Craig.
Yeah, Red Sox must feel they get good jumps off Smiley, because we saw Bogaerts go last inning with 2 outs, and now we see Castillo running on the 2-2 count.
Castillo running again, and Craig gets a ground ball right side. Diving as Forsythe spins and throws to first to get Craig. He was on the move to cover the bag, then saw the ground ball and made the adjustment, and is able to throw out Craig at first.
Yeah, very nice adjustment here, as you said, Don, by Logan Forsythe. You can see him going to the bag and then has to quickly get back to his left to make the play on the ground ball. That's not an easy thing to do. Takes a base hit away from Craig, gets the out at first base. But with Castillo off on the pitch, it almost created a first and third situation if it wasn't for the good play by Forsythe.
So Castillo safely at second base. Devin Marrero getting a start today. 2 for 9 so far in the season. Marrero takes ball 1. To the game last night at shortstop in the 7th inning, ended up singling in the 8th inning. Made his major league debut here at Tropicana Field back on June 28th. Blocked there by Aaron Sebia. No advance for Castillo.
Aaron Sebia has been very busy early in the game behind the plate. A lot of balls down in the dirt. Tries the fastball that time, missing badly down and away. And Aaron Sebia has to block it to keep Castillo at second base.
Just missed the corner. And Marrero jumps ahead here, 3-0. That he made his major league debut on June 28th was in the 2nd inning after Mike Napoli had been ejected from the game. That's a strike, and it's 3-1. Marrero was hitless in his first 6 major league at bats, but now 2 for his last 3 at the plate. 3rd career major league stint for Marrero as Sandy Leon waits on deck here in the Boston 2nd inning. Strike 2. So Smiley able to battle back after he was down 3-0.
Yeah, last 2 pitches on the corner, 1 on the inside corner, 1 on the outside corner. This pitch to the outside part of the plate against Marrero.
2nd full count for Drew Smiley so far. Marrero strikes out for the 2nd out. That's the 4th strikeout for Smiley, and there are 2 outs in the inning. Well, here's a look at today's Out of the Park event at Boston Common, where the Red Sox and the Highland Street Foundation and the City of Boston are hosting a free Red Sox watch party of today's game. Well, everybody at Boston Common today.
It's like a little bit of a gray day back home.
It does, doesn't it? Kind of a great day inside here at Tropicana Field. Climate controlled, 72 degrees at game time. And of course, Red Sox wrapping up the series here today. 3rd and final game of the series. Sandy Leon getting a start today, doing the catching, hitting at 187. No homers and 3 runs batted in. Last played on September the 2nd against the Yankees. And his first appearance with the Red Sox since July the 10th. It's on the opening day roster this year for the Red Sox. Acquired, of course, from the Washington Nationals in exchange for cash considerations. The end of March. Played a total of 33 games for Boston before he was designated for assignment on July the 20th. Cleared waivers and then was outrighted to Pawtucket. Fouls it off at the plate. September 23rd means it's halfway to St. Patrick's Day at Fenway. Join us for the festivities, including Irish step dancers at the gates. Limited tickets are available at redsox.com/Irish. Two-one pitch to Leon. And a swing and a miss. That one by him. The fastball at 92 miles an hour.
Excuse me, he's been throwing that fastball by a lot of guys, and it's really all not that hard. 92, but a little bit sneaky, I think, on the hitters.
Castillo at second base, 2 outs in the inning. Castillo taken off for third as Leon strikes out to end the inning. 5 strikeouts for Smiley through 2 without a score. Honoring the 75 season in their 142nd game, the Red Sox lost to the Indians 4-1. Frank Duffy had 3 hits and 2 RBIs for Cleveland. Now it's on now to the bottom of the second inning without a score. Logan Forsythe leading it off here for Tampa Bay. Forsythe, Souza, and Beckham scheduled bat here in the second inning. 287 average, 16 homers, and 58 runs batted in for Forsythe. He's already made a very nice play defensively in the infield at second base. And a very good offensive year for him, hitting at 400 against left-handed pitching since June, as takes the strike on the inside corner. Forsythe establishing career highs in virtually every offensive category. Rich Hill had a 1-2-3 first inning on 13 pitches. And a breaking ball in there for strike 3. Second strikeout for Hill, first out of the second inning.
Had 2 strikeouts for Hill in this ball game, and both strikeouts on breaking balls. All 3 of the 4 outs on curveballs. The one first out of the ball game, a pop up to Leon, was a fastball.
Think insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. So one down here in the second inning brings up Steven Souza Jr. Takes a pitch outside. Souza is playing the ball defensively in the outfield in right field. Not costly, as Xander Bogaerts ended up being left at second base in the first inning. Rich Hill has retired the first 4 Rays that he has faced in the ballgame. In there for a strike as Souza kind of backing out of the way, but it grabs the top of the zone.
It looks like Hernandez, the home plate umpire, is going to be calling that high strike today. He's done it a few times so far.
Three and one. Swing and a miss. As Hill battles back here with a full count. First full count for Rich Hill of his outing. On the ground right side, Pedroia will pick and throw. And there are 2 down here in the second inning. Make NESN.com your new home for fantasy football news and analysis. Our experts' weekly strategies and injury updates are sure to help you dominate your league this fall. Visit NESN.com/fantasy and start chasing that championship. 2 down here in the second inning, and it brings up Tim Beckham. Came into the game defensively last night at second base. Today getting the start at shortstop, giving Asdrubal Cabrera the day off. .241 average for Beckham. But since August the 31st, he's hit a .357. Pitch is going to miss, and it's 2-0. Throughout the day, we'll be looking back at some of the milestone home runs for Big Papi David Ortiz after his 500th last night. And next inning, we'll be taking a look at his 400th home run. 2-0 pitch is going to miss, and it is 3-0. Ball 4 and a 4-pitch walk. First base runner of the day for the Rays. Back in with a 2-out walk, and it brings up Richie Schaefer, the first baseman. .220 with 3 homers and 3 runs batted in for Schaefer. Swing and a miss for strike 1. The fastball at 91.
Both teams a little bit slow on their fastballs right now from Hill, and Smiley in this game. Not overpowering fastballs, but I think a little bit quicker than what they expected.
Good size lead at first base for Beckham. Another fastball and strike 2. Richie Schaefer able to get a home run last night, his 3rd career home run, all off right-handed pitching. His first home run since August the 9th against the Mets. Last 11 games, though, 4 for his last 30 at the plate. Trying to pick up that outside corner is Hill, but he missed. 1-2. Richie Schaefer this year between the minors and the majors, 435 at bats, 29 home runs in those 435. Kevin Kiermaier on deck. And slinging it over to first base, sidearm was Hill. Two-out walk for Tim Beckham has him at first base here in the second inning. 1-2 to Schaefer. And time call. Hill just holding on to the baseball. First time that Hill has ever started a game against Tampa Bay. And in there for a strike over the inside corner. Rich Hill picks up his third strikeout. We're through 2 without a score. We come back. We'll check out Ortiz's 400th home run. Top half of the third inning without a score as Jackie Bradley Jr. leads it off to begin the inning and takes strike one. 294 average for Jackie coming in with 8 homers and 36 runs batted in. He's shifting on the right side on Jackie Bradley as he'll take the strike on the corner. Down 0-2.
Yeah, in this series we've seen him shift on Bradley. We've seen him shift on Mookie Betts at times.
5 strikeouts for Drew Smyly through the first 2 innings of his effort here today. Giving up 2 hits, single for Bogaerts, single for Rusney Castillo. And a swing and a miss. Ball get away from Aaron Sebia, so he's got to throw out Bradley, and he does. That is 6 strikeouts now for Smyly and 1 down in the inning. Well, tonight at 5:30, tune in to the Ultimate Red Sox Show presented by AAA. Red Sox President of Baseball Operations Dave Dombrowski stops by to talk about the future of the Red Sox. 1 down here in the third inning, and it brings up Mookie Betts. Should be a big part of the future of the Red Sox. That's striking out swinging in the first inning. Picks up the corner for strike one, 1-1. 17-game hitting streak for Mookie Betts coming into today's game. Not shifting on him here at the moment, and he lines one into left field for a base hit. Making an 18-game hitting streak for Mookie Betts.
In a lot of these games for Betts, he's gotten this hitting streak thing taken care of early in the game. Trying to go inside against Betts, but he cleans it out. Right around the label of the bat, not hit all that hard, but good enough to drop it in front of the outfield Geyer and over the head of Beckham for the base hit.
389 during the 18-game hitting streak. Yeah, last night got it out of the way in the first inning. Tonight it takes till the third, and he's aboard at first with one down for Dustin Pedroia. Check on Betts at first, back to the bag.
Mookie with 18 steals on the season, caught 5 times.
Inside for ball 1-2 Pedroia. Dustin struck out swinging in the first inning, one of 6 strikeouts in this game for Drew Smyly.
Well, last night Dustin Pedroia picked up his 10th home run of the season off Moore. Fastball middle in, and he takes it out of the ballpark in left field. You mentioned last night it was kind of like home run derby here for the Red Sox during that game.
His 11th home run against Tampa Bay. Here's a ground ball down the line at third, but foul. Pedroia and Betts going back to back in the third inning of last night's game. Red Sox getting to Matt Moore last night. Another tough outing for Moore. He's really struggled since coming back from the Tommy John surgery. Just not been the same guy. Soft toss to first, and Betts back to the bag. Red Sox have been trying to run on Smyly so far in the game. Have only one stolen base to show for it. It was Xander Bogaerts back in the first inning. Strike called, and it's 2-2. DraftKings.com is paying out over $300 million this baseball season. DraftKings has given out $34 million to Boston residents alone since the site launched. Get your free entry into a one-day fantasy baseball contest today using promo code NESSN. 1 out, 1 on here in the Boston third inning. And Pedroia with a check swing chopper to first base, handled by Schaefer. He'll take it to the bag for the out as Betts takes second base with now 2 down. Now look back at number 400 for David Ortiz, July 4th of 2012, O.Co Coliseum in Oakland. A.J. Griffin of the Oakland A's. There is Xander with 2 outs and a runner at second base.
And David Ortiz, obviously, with the day off today, you can imagine very little rest for him last night, getting congratulations from everybody, certainly from the Dominican Republic, from here in the States, all his friends, and very short night for him. So not in the lineup today for the Red Sox. Probably back in there tomorrow at Baltimore.
Yeah, Red Sox chartering to Baltimore after the game today, beginning a series with the Orioles. We're heading to Toronto to finish up this 3-city trip. Let's send it down to Garen.
Hey, thanks, Don. As you guys were talking about, there were so many celebrations going on last night for David Ortiz. There were tweets from everyone. Current teammates, former teammates, even Stephen King tweeted his congratulations to Ortiz. When I talked to Ortiz earlier, I asked him if he had any really special text messages, and he told me, you guys, that he had so many text messages and voicemails that his phone basically froze up and he couldn't even read them.
That's what happens when you hit 500 home runs. As going off the backside with Smyly with no throw to second base. Betts back to the bag. Xander with a single in the first inning. One of 3 hits so far for Boston. As he'll take that pitch for a ball, and it's now 3-0.
He was kind enough this morning, Ortiz was, to sit down with us and talk about last night and a little bit of his past and some of the things he was thinking about as the game was going on last night. Pretty good stuff.
3-0 pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 3-1.
During the broadcast, we'll be playing some parts of that interview with David Ortiz.
Anything surprise you out of that conversation?
Yeah, just how much he was moved, I think, by everything.
Xander waiting on a 3-1 pitch here with Betts at second base. Red Sox have left a base runner in scoring position in 2 straight innings. As Xander will take the walk. There is the first walk given up by Smiley today, and it comes with 2 down in the inning. Second time Bogaerts has been on today.
Number 47, Travis Shaw.
And it'll bring up Travis Shaw after a meeting at the mound. Right now, Ace Ticket has your tickets to all Boston Bruins, Boston Celtics, and New England Patriots games. Visit aceticket.com for the best seats at the best prices. Ace Ticket, it's more than a ticket. 2 on, 2 down, and Travis Shaw, the battery, struck out swinging in the first inning. 0 for 1. Runners going as Shaw takes the pitch for a ball. The throw is going to be not in time. Double steal. That's to third. Bogaerts to second, and 3 stolen bases now for Boston.
Now that's why when you have that trail runner, you've got to go as hard as you can, because a lot of times they won't go to third base. They'll try to get the guy going first to second, because sometimes they don't run as hard. But you got to go like you're stealing a base by yourself. And that time it paid off for the Red Sox. So they are really taking advantage of the lack of move to these bases by Smiley.
Kevin Cash standing outside of his dugout gets the word not to challenge and will not. Second and third with 2 down, and Shaw took that pitch for a ball, so it's 1-0. Now hits a ground ball down the first base line, played by Schaefer. He will run to the bag and beat Shaw and end the inning. Now the Red Sox have left 4 men on through the first 3. We're scoreless.
.500 here, his second home run of the night on a breaking ball down and in. I asked him what he was thinking about as he was rounding the bases for the 500th time.
I should run the bases lower than what I normally do, so that I can get through all the things that were going through my mind, but the one thing that I really got caught on it was, thinking about my parents. My mom and dad, the way they raised me, all the good things that they encouraged me to do. And running the bases, I thought about that for a little bit, always thanking God for giving me the opportunity to, do what I do. And besides that, just, appreciation for my parents. My parents were hardcore with me, they teach me a lot of good things that I still carry, every day. And the accomplishment that I have, collected through the years is something that it comes from my family. And, too bad that I wasn't able to have my mom around to enjoy it, you know what I'm saying? But I know she's watching from somewhere.
Well, when you get to home plate, you point to the sky all the time. That's what you're doing, right?
Definitely.
A pretty special moment for David Ortiz, there's no doubt about it. And thinking of his parents heading around the base paths here in his 500th home run last night. And one out here in the third inning for JP Arancibia. 361 with 5 homers, 13 runs batted in, all compiled in September for him as this one is popped up foul off to the right, out of play. EchoStore Technologies would like to congratulate David Ortiz on hitting his 500th career home run. EchoStore Technologies, your data center solutions provider.
I also got him down to for the last question I asked him, because he has such a following, in the Dominican Republic and in the New England area of Latinos, and I felt it would be a nice thing for him to say something in his native language to the folks who really adore him, and come to Fenway Park. Pedro Martinez, David Ortiz, how many Latinos they brought to Fenway Park throughout the years to watch them, and so he had a message for them. I don't know what he said, but I picked up a little bit of it, but it was pretty good.
And of course, we saw the Dominican flag here last night from some fans. Two pitch to Arancibia, 40th for Rich Hill, and a ground ball softly hit down the third baseline, foul. Giving chase, but it ends up in foul ground for Arancibia. Two pitch is gonna miss. Kevin Cedegren, our associate producer, has added up all the miles that David Ortiz has run over the years for 500 home runs. Home run trots, 34 miles.
34 miles.
This is the deep short. Bogarts with a bobble. And Arancibia will reach at first base.
Now, see how they score this. I got a feeling it's going to go as a base hit, because Bogarts had to go well to his right to backhand this ball, and there's no guarantee if he makes the play he's going to throw Arancibia out. So I'm going to say base hit, but I could be wrong.
It is a base hit. And the first hit off Rich Hill so far in this game comes here in the third inning.
Number 5, Brandon Geyer.
One out, one on. Brandon Geyer, the batter. Fouled out to the catcher, Sandy Leon, in the first inning as he takes ball one. Swing and a miss. That one by him at 90 miles an hour.
Pretty good velocity from Rich Hill today. 90, 91 with the fastball. Going with the breaking ball. Very few changeups so far. Pretty much fastball, curveball to this point.
Geyer's always in there when a lefty is on the mound. Started all 43 Rays games against left-handed starters. And Geyer finds himself down 1-2.
By the way, when David finished his Spanish, I dropped a little Spanish out.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
Buenos noches, amigos, or more than that?
No. I finished it. I cleaned it up for him.
Put a bow tie on it?
Yeah.
Late emergency swing, and it's fouled off to the right out of play. CBA held on by Shaw at first base with one out here in the bottom of the third inning. Swing and a miss, and a foul tip for strike 3. There's the fourth strikeout for Rich Hill. 2 down here in the third.
Now 2 coming on curveballs, 2 on fastballs for Hill. This is the front fastball right down the middle. Fastball at 89 that time, throws it right by Geyer.
So 2 down with Aaron Seaby at first base, and Mikey Matuk, the batter, he struck out looking in the first inning.
Here's where he drops down to the side still when he's throwing to first base.
Hasn't changed that.
No. Side on throw to first base that time by Hill, and as a first baseman, you got to be careful. That ball's running away from you. That's the way he used to throw the ball to the plate.
Under 98 games in Rich Hill's career. This is his 71st start. Total of 10 major league seasons entering this year. 35 years of age. Third oldest player on the Red Sox active roster. They have Uehara, who's 40, David Ortiz 39, and Hill ends up hitting Matuk. So 2 on now for Tampa Bay with 2 outs here in the third inning.
That last thing he wanted to do there was hit Matuk with Longoria coming up next. Tried to run that fastball inside, instead gets Matuk right in the back.
Two on, 2 down, and here is Evan Longoria, fouled out to the catcher Sandy Leon in the first inning. 0 for 1. Center fielder Mookie Betts over towards right center. Gap out there in left center field for Longoria. Always with that upright stance. That's the way the Red Sox have played him in this series, with Betts over in right center. Popped up in the infield. They're coming from everywhere. Pedroia, now Shaw. It'll be Shaw in behind the mound who makes the catch that ends the inning. So the Rays strand a pair. We're scoreless through 3. Putting people and communities first, Eastern Bank helps make good things happen. Watch out. Good things are happening to local people at easternbank.com/goodthingshappen. Now back in the concourse inside Tropicana Field and St. Petersburg, Florida, as we play along here to the 4th inning. There's Nick Castillo, Alan Craig, and Devin Marrero to face Drew Smiley. Works here into the 4th, having given up 3 hits so far to Boston. Worked his way out of some jams. Red Sox have had at least a base runner in scoring position in every inning and have left 4 men on through the first 3. Bogarts at second base in the first, Castillo at second base in the second. And then they had Betts at third, Bogarts at second in the 3rd inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Gets away with a high changeup right there. Castillo chasing that high changeup and no contact. Not exactly where you want to throw that pitch.
Two. And Castillo fouls it back, stays alive. Scoreless ball game here in the 4th inning. Castillo, Craig, and Marrero expected in the inning. Jumping back out of the way of a 91-mile-an-hour fastball inside. And there's ball 4, so a leadoff walk for Castillo. The second walk given up by Smiley. Time for Game Break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Tom? All right, Tom, thanks very much. Back here at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. Leadoff walk for Rusney Castillo's taken off, and they've got him picked off, as it turns out. And you guessed and guessed wrong, as Red Sox have been running on Smiley all day, and this time they nab Rusney Castillo.
Yeah, for the most part, they've picked something up on Smiley that they're taking advantage of, but not Rusney. Leg comes up, and he's off with the first move. Goes into the slide at second base, goes by the bag. Gets a good play by the first baseman Schaefer to get himself in good position and make a throw to second base.
So one out of the inning as the walk erased, and here is Alan Craig. Foul it back to the screen for strike 1. Well, the Red Sox had 3 stolen bases through the first 3 innings against Smiley, but getting thrown out here is Rusney Castillo. Caught stealing goes 1 to 3 to 6. Ball and a strike to Alan Craig. Craig grounding out to Logan Forsythe at second base in the 2nd inning. One-two pitch in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Craig strikes out swinging. That's 7 strikeouts for Smiley. MLB.TV Premium is the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV for details.
I must say, I'm a little bit surprised the amount of strikeouts he's been able to pile up so far in this game. 7 of them.
Season high is 10 for Smiley. Marrero fouling it back to the screen, down 0-2. Struck out the side in the first, did Smiley. Then he had 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 so far here in the fourth. Ahead of Marrero, 0-2. And a foul again, back and out of play. Swing and a miss, and it gets away from Aaron CBA. Fires down to first for the out. 8 strikeouts for Smiley. When we come back, we'll take a look at home run number 300 for David Ortiz. For a free checking account with Eastern Bank and get $100. Just text money to 36698. Rate Tank here at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, where we are scoreless heading into the bottom of the 4th inning. The Sox out hitting the Rays 3-1. Have had some good opportunities, but not been able to score. Logan Forsythe leading it off here against Rich Hill. He's given up just 1 hit through the first 3 innings. This one carved foul off to the right by Forsythe. He struck out looking in the second inning, 0 for 1. Second time through here for Rich Hill into this Rays lineup. See what kind of adjustments they're able to make against him, or vice versa. Fly ball headed out towards center field, where Mookie Betts makes the catch for the first out of the 4th inning. As promised, number 300. It was July 9th of 2009. David Ortiz with his 300th career home run. Blue co-shaver at the time of the Kansas City Royals at Fenway Park into the monster seats. Even Souza Jr. 0 for 1, grounded out to second base first time up. Now sends a fly ball down the right field line and foul ground, landing harmlessly beyond the bullpen down there for the Rays. Guy Spina in the house. Long-time usher at Fenway Park. Of course, head of security upstairs in the press box area for a number of years, from like 1989 on.
Yeah, full-time resident down here in Florida now.
Usually see him in spring training. Souza grounding out to second base in the second inning. Now waiting on an 0-2. And he'll take a pitch high, 1-2. Tim Beckham waiting on deck. Swing and a miss, and Rich Hill picks up his 5th strikeout. 2 down here in the 4th inning. Foxwoods, the official casino resort of the Boston Red Sox, want to congratulate David Ortiz on joining the 500 club. 2 down in the 4th inning brings up Tim Beckham. Reached on a base on balls in the second inning. The only walk allowed by Rich Hill so far. Rich Hill has not been overpowering, but very crafty here so far today.
Yeah, mixing up his fastball, his curveball. Basically 2 pitches he's gone with all day long.
One-0 pitch. And pitch in there for a strike over the inside corner. Breakdown today, his pitching arsenal. Beckham thought about it, but it's a called strike on the corner.
Almost the exact same spot as the last one. A breaking ball, both breaking balls, and almost ended up in the same spot. Nicely gloved behind home plate by Sandy Leone.
Foul back to the screen. We'll do it again. 1-2. Tim Beckham has appeared in now 70 Rays games, 42 starts on the year, 18 at second base, 17 at short, and 7 as a DH. 3rd stint of the year in the major leagues for Beckham. 1-2 pitch. Didn't miss by a lot, but missed inside.
Same spot as the curveballs, but the fastball is called inside.
Swing and a miss, and Hill with back-to-back Ks, 6 in all, through 4 innings without a score from St. Pete. See how many home runs will David Ortiz finish his career with? Text 1 for 501 to 520. Text Sox 2 for 521 to 540. Text Sox 3 for 541 through 560. Or text Sox 4 for 560 plus. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. One message per vote. Visit NESN.com/terms for terms and conditions as well as privacy policy. Fifth inning and a swing and a miss for Sandy Leon. Leading it off, that's Drew Smiley, who has 8 strikeouts through the first 4 innings. That's Sandy Leon to strike out back in the second inning. Leon, Bradley Jr., and Betts scheduled to bat here in the top half of the 5th. A scoreless game today. Drew Smiley and Rich Hill. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Leon strikes out for the second time today. That's 9 strikeouts now for Smiley.
And second time he's got Leon on the fastball today. This time the fastball away from Sandy Leon, up and away and off the outside part of the plate. In fact, Red Sox hitters are surprised by the velocity of the fastball from Smiley.
One down here in the 5th inning brings up Jackie Bradley Jr. He struck out in the 3rd inning. All strikeouts to the 7, 8, 9 men so far in this game, combining for 5 Ks between Marrero, Leon, and Bradley Jr. Swing and a miss. Fastball that time at 90. Shifting on the right side on Bradley Jr. While the outfield plays for him to go the other way. Takes that away, and it's now 2-2. Red Sox with 3 hits in the game. A single for Bogarts in the first, single for Rusney Castillo in the second, and then Mookie Betts with a single to left field in the third. Now a swing and a foul tip held onto by Aaron Sebia. Back-to-back Ks, in fact 4 in a row now for Smiley, and that's 10 Ks on the day.
Yeah, nice play by Aaron Sebia too. This ball's foul tipped, and look at it, right in the webbing of the glove, right at the top of the webbing, and able to hold on to the baseball.
Coming up after the 3rd out of this inning, TC and Jim Rice will have the mid-5th studio show presented by GMC. 2 down in the 5th inning for Mookie Betts. And a liner that is caught at shortstop by Beckham. Timed the leap very nicely to make the grab and to end the inning. Let's go live to our studio. TC and Jim Rice for the mid-5th studio show presented by GMC. here to the bottom of the 5th inning. Rich Hill back out on the mound. And the pitching line for Rich Hill brought to you by Ace Ticket. 4 innings, 1 hit, no runs. He's walked a batter, struck out 6, and thrown 66 pitches so far here through the first 4 innings. Starts his bottom of the 5th, and it's Richie Schaefer leading it off, the first baseman. Outside 2-0. 4 in a row retired by Rich Hill. Struck out back-to-back batters to end the 4th inning, and getting Souza and Beckham. Deals with 7, 8, and 9 here for Tampa Bay. Schaefer, Kiermaier, and Aaron Sebia. Swing and a miss, and a full count now as Hill battles back.
That challenged him that time with the fastball and the 3-1 count, elevated a little bit, and no contact by Schaefer.
3rd full count for Rich Hill. He get hit, he did, on the hand, it looks like, as they're saying it's a foul ball, the indication by the home plate umpire. He's saying to hit him on the hand, and Angel Hernandez so far not agreeing, as Kevin Cash will come out here.
Well, let's take another look. Breaking ball this time from Hill on the 3-2 count. Oh, I thought I got the hand. Looked like it did.
Yeah. Foul ball, the ruling by Angel Hernandez. We'll see if they want to challenge it, and they do. So they will challenge here, and they're going to bring the second base umpire, Ted Barrett. Crew chief coming in here as well. Check it out, a challenge here by the Rays. I think the lead runner should be on here on the hit batsman.
So do I. I thought that ball did hit him in the hand.
Reacted right away. Shook the hand right away as well. I'm not sure on that look, though. Tough to tell.
Yeah, that side look was very tough to tell. This might get us a better look right here. And on that one, I think it hits the hand.
And he is hit by the pitch, so he will get first base. Did get him on the hand, and Kevin Cash and the Rays win the challenge. Lead runner on here for the Rays. Second batter that Hill has hit in this game now.
Center fielder, Kevin Kiermaier.
Kevin Kiermaier coming up. Flied out to the right fielder, Jackie Bradley Jr. in the 3rd inning, 0 for 1. '73rd pitch for Rich Hill, and it is in there for strike 1.
Breaking ball that starts off right at the hitter, breaks to the inside corner.
It looks like
On the ground, back to Hill. A chance for 2. Double pump there to second base. He'll just get the lead runner. He wanted to be sure and take his time, and he did. He gets Schaefer at second base for the first out.
Yeah, I don't think Rich Hill from the beginning thought he was going to be able to get a double play because he really took a long time to get that ball to Bogaerts at second base. It's a big high bounce. Takes his time to make that throw to second base, and that's all he can get is the solo out for the first out of the inning.
One out, one on for J.P. Arancibia. Batting out of the number 9 spot, Rays catcher. Reached on an infield hit in the third, the only hit so far for Tampa Bay. Kiermaier 16 out of 20 in stolen bases as he gains his lead again. 75th pitch coming up here for Hill. And it's fouled back and below us. Hold on, Kiermaier at first base here with 1 out in the 5th inning. Arancibia. That hit was an infield hit to shortstop in the 3rd inning. Ball and a strike to Arancibia. 27 home runs for Arancibia between his time in the majors and minors this year. Led the International League with 22 home runs when he was called up on August the 26th. It's at 5 so far here at the major league level with the Rays. And a swing and a miss. Goes up and he chases a fastball at 89 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's interesting. You got 2 guys on the mound, 2 left-handers that really velocity-wise don't light up the clock, but been very effective with their fastballs today. A lot of late swings.
6 Ks for Hill, 10 Ks through 5 innings for Drew Smyly. Didn't miss by a lot, and it evens at 2-2.
Was back with a fastball and just missed the inside corner. Nicely framed there, or attempt framed by Sandy Leon.
Arancibia getting a piece, fouling it off. 8 of his last 9 hits have gone for extra bases for Arancibia. 5 home runs, 3 doubles. Lead at first for Kiermaier with 1 down. As Arancibia strikes out looking. That is 7 strikeouts now for Hill, 2 down. Arancibia didn't think so.
Well, that's a tough curveball. Starts way outside and breaks to the outside corner. I mean, talk about wanting to quit on a pitch. You quit on that one, and it does come back to pick up the corner. So a very good pitch there by Rich Hill.
Most strikeouts of Rich Hill since 2009 and had 7 Ks in that outing. As 7 strikeouts today, 2 down here in the 5th inning. And Brandon Guyer, the batter. First a check at first base on Kiermaier, back to the bag.
Now Kiermaier may try to run here with 2 outs in the inning, try to get in a scoring position, leadoff man up.
Guyer will take the strike. Down 0-1. He's 0 for 2 in the ball game. The Rays left fielder is fouled out to the catcher Sandy Leon and struck out swinging. Fouled off to the right out of play, and it's 0-2. Tampa Bay with 2 more wins than the Red Sox have. Rays with 69 wins coming in. The Red Sox with 67 wins coming in. Kevin Cash's first year at the helm here at Tampa Bay. Geyer hits a fly ball, playable to right field for Jackie Bradley Jr. Puts it away. We're through 5 from St. Pete without a score.
So far against the Red Sox. Let's look at the last 4. He gets Craig on a fastball, Marrero on a breaking ball, and then back to the fastballs for Sandy Leon, a fastball away, and Jackie Bradley Jr., a fastball up and away.
There's a ground ball base hit into right field off the bat of Dustin Pedroia. Well placed, and Pedroia aboard to begin things here in the 6th inning. First hit for Dustin today.
Number 2, Sandy Bogarts.
Drew Smiley's pitching line brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. 5+, 4 hits, no runs. He has walked 2 and struck out 10. Steve Giltz, a right-hander up for Tampa Bay. First action we've seen for either side today. And it comes here in the 6th inning. Smiley at 87 pitches as he deals with Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts has singled to right and walked. He has stolen 2 bases today. Two-0 pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 2-1. Foul ball down the right field line out of play, and it's 2-2. Well, it's time now for a look at the road ahead presented by People's United Bank. This road trip continues for the Red Sox through Baltimore for 3, off day on Thursday. Or the Red Sox travel north of the border to take on the Jays. Then back home, take on the same teams. The Rays and Orioles will be in town before the Red Sox head out to finish off the season on the road in New York and in Cleveland. Here's a fly ball to right field down the line. Souza at the line will make the catch with 1 foot in fair ground and 1 in foul for the first out of the inning, and Pedroia remains at first base. Let's take a look at Boston Commons, see what's going on there today. As the fans checking out today's game. Got a cloud covered Common today.
Well, they're watching the play we just watched up on the screen. A little bit of a delay, huh?
A little bit of a delay. They were still enjoying the schedule when I was going through initially when we broke there. Travis Shaw, as this one jumps off Aaron Sebia. No advance at first base for Pedroia. One-0 is in there for a strike over the outside corner. And it's a ball and a strike to Travis Shaw. Schaefer holding on. Pedroia at first base. Short lead there for Dustin. Strike called. Top of the zone. 10 strikeouts so far for Smiley through the first 5 1/3 innings. And ahead of Shaw, 1-2. Just missed off the outside edge at 92 miles an hour. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, looking on. Steve Geltz warming in the pen for the Rays. And a swing and a miss as Shaw strikes out. It's 11 strikeouts for Smiley. 2 down.
Just elevating the fastball again. Not great velocity, but very good location. Actually, they wanted to go away from Travis Shaw. It ends up and in, and still no contact. Tough to make contact on a pitch that's up around your shoulders.
So 2 down. Pedroia led off this inning with a base hit, still standing at first with now 2 outs in the inning. And here's Rusney Castillo. First to throw over and Dustin back to the bag. Pedroia taking off and guessing wrong here. They're going to wait for him to get to second and they tag him out. Not stealing 1 to 3 to 6. Second time that's happened to the Red Sox today. We come back, we'll look at home run number 200 for David Ortiz.
Out day for the Red Sox. He gets the fastball by Gaia there. Souza on a breaking ball. Breaking ball there to Beckham, and then a breaking ball again to Arancibia to pick up the outside corner. So mixing in the fastball and curveball this afternoon is Rich Hill.
Ready to work here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Mikey Matuk leading it off and taking a pitch outside. Matuk struck out looking. Last time up, hit by a pitch. One of 2 batters Rich Hill has hit today. 85th pitch is going to miss. Close pitch, 2-0. 1 hit through the first 5 innings allowed by Rich Hill. An infield hit for J.P. Arancibia. Big swing there for Matuk. Starters combining for 18 strikeouts in this game. 11 for Drew Smiley. 7 so far for Hill. Grabs the corner and evens a count at 2-2. Out ahead of that as he grounds it down towards the Red Sox pen. I want to remind you to vote for the Amica Pitcher of the Week at NESN.com/Amica and enter to win a $100 gift card from NESN to the Yawkey Way Team Store. Hope Raymond's okay. He's kind of hanging out down there, I think. 2-2 pitch on the ground to short on one big hop to Bogarts. Gets it there in time to retire Matuk for the first out of the 6th inning.
Pretty good contact by Matuk that time. Hit it hard, but right at Bogarts on one hop. And from that point, it becomes an easy out for the Red Sox. There's the breaking ball. There's the one hop. And just nice up about belt high. And Bogarts, time to set up and throw.
Longoria taking the strike. Hill ahead here, 0-2. Steve Geltz ready to go on the pen. Smiley at 97 pitches through the first 6 innings, and this one almost hits Longoria. Straightens him up anyway with a fastball.
Trying to waste a pitch. No balls, 2 strikes, and goes way inside on Longoria. Almost got a piece of him.
In there for strike 3. 8th strikeout for Hill as he freezes Longoria on the breaking ball, and there are 2 outs in the 6th inning.
He's just wearing out right-handers with that breaking ball away from them. He starts it almost in the left-handed batter's box, and he comes back to pick up the outside corner. And he's got an awful lot of right-handers today with that same pitch.
So 2 down here in the 6th inning, and it brings up Logan Forsythe. What a return to the major leagues for Rich Hill today. 5 2/3, giving up 1 hit so far in the outing. 8 strikeouts along the way. Most strikeouts in a game since 2007 for Rich Hill. Now, Tuesday, September 22nd is Fred Lynn bobblehead night at Fenway Park. All fans in attendance receive this special 1975 season bobblehead of the AL MVP presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Visit RedSox.com for tickets. 1-1. And a ground ball to shortstop. Xander Bogaerts will go to first for the out. That ends the 6th inning. 1 hit through 6 for Rich Hill. Scoreless ball game. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Back in St. Petersburg, Florida, and Tropicana Field, the site of Game 3 of this 3-game series. Red Sox and the Rays. Into the 7th inning we go. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Kia. Steve Yeltsin into the game here for Tampa Bay. First out of the pen after 6 innings from Drew Smyly. And it was 6 very good innings. Gelt's 66th appearance, 2-5 with a 3.82 earned run average. Rizne Castillo leading it off here in the 7th. Castillo has singled and walked. It's been aboard twice today. Red Sox out hitting Tampa Bay 4-1 in the game. As Castillo lines it foul.
Let's see if they attack Castillo the same way, going to breaking balls to try to get him out. Looks like going back to a fastball inside again.
Fouled off to the right, out of play. 1-2.
Now they may have him set up for the breaking ball away.
Alex Colomé up in the pen for the Rays.
Fastball away.
And Castillo fouls it away to the right, up to the upper deck. Attention, Red Sox Nation. There's a reason why the Boston Red Sox and the rest of America run on Dunkin'. Because our coffee is consistently smooth and delicious. The Boston Red Sox run on Dunkin'. One-two is bounced in, and it is 2-2 now to Castillo. Followed by Alan Craig in the inning and Devin Marrero. Castillo strikes out of the fastball away. 92 miles an hour. First time he's been retired today. But looking at milestone home runs for David Ortiz, we look at the 200th back on June 29, 2006. Ortiz hitting his 200th career home run against Dwayne Sanchez of the New York Mets at Fenway Park. One down here in the 7th inning, and it brings up Alan Craig. Ground ball back up the middle and to the backhand, knocked down by Forsythe, but reaching at first is Craig. Base hit for Alan Craig.
Well, good placement by Craig that time. The first time up it was a 4-3 grounded out to, but this time gets up the middle. Second baseman does get to it, knocks it down, but no play to get Craig at first base. So he picks up the base hit.
One out, one on, and Devin Marrero, the batter, 0 for 2 today. Struck out twice, both times facing Smiley, the starter today for Tampa Bay, who went 6 innings and struck out 11 Red Sox. Fly ball foul off to the right, out of play. Eleven strikeouts today for Drew Smiley, tied a career high. Six innings, 4 hits, no runs, walked 2, struck out 11. Obviously not part of the decision as the bullpen taking over here for Tampa Bay. Meanwhile, the Red Sox have had no action, and Rich Hill 97 pitches deep for the first 6 innings. A 1-2. Marrero, and he lines it off the glove. The shortstop Tim Beckham into left field, and Alan Craig will head to second base. Looked like he had that one lined up but couldn't catch it.
Yeah, Beckham right here certainly had a chance to make a play on that, and that is a catchable baseball right there, but they're going to rule it a base hit in favor of Marrero.
So 1 out, 2 on here for Boston, and it brings up Sandy Leon as the catcher Aaron Seaby out to talk to Geltz. Into the shift go the Rays on the right side of the infield here on Leon. In there for strike 1. Sandy Leon's hit direction this season, 41% of the time over there, and that's where the Rays are stacked up right now in a shift. Check swing foul as Leon down 0-2. Stay tuned for Red Sox Final presented by Uno's. TC and Jim Rice will have an update on the playoff race in the American League East. A little bit of room now for the Blue Jays starting the day with a 4.5 game lead over the Yankees. They go head to head, and the Jays take care of business. The Yankees all of a sudden losing 5 in a row at the wrong time. Swing and a miss as Leon strikes out, and that's the second out of the 7th inning.
Geltz goes to a split-fingered fastball this time. First one that Leon has seen, and swings on top of it. You see the splitter go down in the dirt. No contact by Leon, and a nice block by Aaron Seaby behind the plate.
So Geltz will depart here with 2 outs and 2 on. The pitching change from St. Petersburg. HB Hood salutes the Red Sox Foundation's commitment to 4,900 accredited charities throughout New England. DJ Kitty in the house here in Tampa Bay. Scoreless with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Red Sox have runners at first and second, and the new pitcher, Alex Colomé, into the game. His 34th appearance, 6-4 with a 3.59 earned run average. 103rd innings for Colomé. And a pitch that is going to be a strike over the outside corner to Jackie Bradley Jr., who was struck out twice today, both times swinging and both times against Drew Smiley. As Craig at second, Marrero at first, 2 down. In there for another strike, and Bradley's down 0-2.
Hernandez this afternoon, the home plate umpire, has been pretty consistent with his pitches today, giving them a little bit more than home plate. Did not give it to the pitcher this time. Colomé.
One-two pitch. And that one up and in. Colomé last working on Tuesday. A blown save in that game. Moved from the starting rotation to the pen. Two-two pitch. Bradley strikes out for the 3rd time today. 7th inning stretch. Scoreless from St. Pete. Southwest Airline. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Your local Subaru dealers. Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Thank you, New England, for 60 great years. And by the Scion TC. Now back at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg without a score here as we get ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. Today's game summary is brought to you by Xfinity. And it's been all about the pitching so far in this game. Rich Hill, the first 6 innings so far, giving him just 1 hit, no runs, 8 Ks along the way in his first start since 2009. Red Sox offense, Bogaerts and Betts both with hits. Smiley with 11 strikeouts in his 6 shutout innings, the starter for Tampa Bay, and their catcher, J.P. Arancibia, 1 for 2 in this ball game as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Well, the only hit, Arancibia, and this, I don't know about, Jerry, is Arancibia was late getting out of the box and had Bogaerts fielding cleanly. I think he would have had a chance again. It might have been an error looking back at it.
See, I disagree. I don't think he would have got him at first base, and that's why I gave him a base hit. I just don't think Bogaerts was close enough to first base to be able to catch it, make the throw, and get the runner. But that'll certainly be up for debate if there's only 1 hit in the game, that's for sure.
Only 1 so far as we head here to the bottom of the 7th inning. Rich Hill, 97 pitches through the first 6 innings of this contest. He'll be dealing with Souza, Beckham, and Schaefer scheduled to bat in the inning. Has hit 2 batters and walked a batter so far today. Well, don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings live right after the game. TC and Jim Rice will break down today's game. You'll hear from Rich Hill, whatever, whenever, wherever. Who but WB Mason? To the last half of the 7th inning. David Ortiz getting the day off today after his milestone 500th home run last night, as Souza takes ball 1. Rounded out to second base in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 4th inning. Tim Beckham waiting on deck. Rays batting here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 100th pitch for Rich Hill coming up. And it's a swing and a miss for strike 2.
Well, that curveball really has been good for Rich Hill this afternoon. Big break on it. On the ground, foul. There is action for the first time in the Red Sox pen. Gene Machi up in the pen. One-two pitch, foul to the screen. Still 1-2. Well, tonight on an all-new Charlie Moore Outdoors, Charlie and longtime friend Mark Burgess head to a lake in New Hampshire to do some smallmouth fishing. Don't miss an all-new Charlie Moore tonight at 6. 1-2 pitch to Souza. And it's right down the middle for strike 3. Souza knew it, takes with him the 9th strikeout for Rich Hill, 1 down. Yeah, there have been none of these strikeouts that they've been argue about. I mean, all been very good pitches. There's a fastball right down the middle of the plate. Souza obviously looking for a breaking ball in that situation. I don't know why he would be, but sometimes hitters do that and they get fooled on a pitch like that.
1 down here in the 7th, and it brings up Tim Beckham. Walked in the 2nd inning, struck out swinging in the 4th inning. There's a ground ball that will stay fair down the first base line. Shaw will flip to Hill, who got over there in a hurry. And there are 2 outs here in the 7th inning.
Looked like Beckham wanted to hold up his swing that time and not make contact, but did. And then became an easy out at first base when Shaw made the play. Here's a swing. Look, he's trying to stop the swing, trying to check it, and he makes contact instead. Right to the first base bag, and but it's Hill covering first.
Well, be sure to follow Nesson on Instagram today to see all things behind the scenes this Red Sox season and to be there as the Bruins gear up for the puck drop. Follow Nesson at Instagram.com/Nesson. Two down in the inning for Richie Schaefer. Takes a pitch away for ball 1. Schaefer struck out looking in the 2nd inning, hit by a pitch in the 5th. 8 in a row retired by Hill with 2 down here in the 7th inning. Kevin Kiermaier waiting on deck. Floats that one in there for a strike, and it's 2-1. A lot of curveballs today for Rich Hill. In there for another strike, and it's 2-2. Back to back on the curveballs for Hill. Swing and a miss, and Hill gets his 10th strikeout. Played 7 here at St. Pete without a score. We'll see David Ortiz's 100th home run when we come back. Relive Pedro Martinez's memorable week of his Hall of Fame enshrinement in Cooperstown to his number retirement celebration at Fenway. Catch it all Tuesday at 5 on the Red Sox Report. Oh, what an outing by Rich Hill here today. 7 innings, 1 hit, 10 strikeouts. Getting congratulations from all his teammates. As Mookie Betts leads it off here for Boston in the 8th.
Yeah, that was a little surprising. I mean, we didn't know what to expect from Rich Hill in this game today. It's been so long since we saw him pitch, but that was outstanding.
7 innings, 1 hit, no runs, a walk, 10 Ks, 109 pitches. As Betts takes the strike, and Mookie down 0-2. First start for Rich Hill since 2009. Kept him off balance all day. Betts on the ground up the middle, slowly hit as Forsythe will not have a play, and Betts on to begin things in the 8th. Second hit of the day for Mookie.
Now Betts right back up the middle on a breaking ball right there. Very slowly hit. Forsythe comes in with the bare hand. He can't make the play, and Red Sox have the leadoff man on here in the 8th.
Now Dustin Pedroia coming up. He's singled in the 6th inning. 1 for 3 today. Red Sox out hitting the Rays 7-1. And Boston has left 5 men on base through the first 7 innings. Now Pedroia takes ball 1. Gene Machi still warming for the Red Sox. Looks like he'll be coming on in the bottom of the 8th. Pedroia on the ground towards second. Could be 2. Forsythe to second for 1. On to first. It is 2. Taylor made 2 outs in the 8th inning.
Now the ball hit very well by Pedroia, but right at Logan Forsythe. And from there it becomes a very easy double play. Even with the speed of Betts, he can't get there in time to break it up, and a couple of quick outs.
2 down here in the 8th inning, and it brings up Xander Bogaerts. Xander with a single in the 1st inning, a walk in the 3rd, fly to right in the 6th inning. And a swing and a miss on the high fastball at 95 miles an hour. Oh, and 2.
Big nasty slider there by Colomé. Going hard, and a hot breaking ball right there going away from Bogaerts.
Popped up into shallow center. Kiermaier coming in. And he puts it away. Red Sox retired in the top of the 8th inning. Scoreless contest from the top. Machi will be in. He's hitting his 100th career home run, a grand slam off Joel Pinheiro of the Seattle Mariners at Fenway Park. Well, David Ortiz with the day off today after his milestone 500th here last night. Scoreless ball game here today as we head into the bottom of the 8th inning. Gene Machi into the game for Boston. 18th appearance without a record of 6.32 earned run average. He's logged 15 2/3 innings, 11 strikeouts, but 7 walks, and opponents hitting at .230 against the former San Francisco Giant as Machi takes over for Hill, who had 7 shutout innings, giving up only 1 hit, walked the batter, struck out 10 in his impressive return to the major leagues. Kevin Kiermaier leading it off here for the Rays in the 8th. Rich Hill finished his outing by retiring the last 9 Tampa Bay Rays he faced. As Kiermaier with a swing and a miss for strike 1.
And Machi starts him off with the split-fingered fastball. That's his best pitch.
Machi working at Fenway Park against Toronto on Wednesday night as Tommy Lane warms up. There's a fly ball hit to left field, sending Castillo back a step or two, but Rusney's there to make the catch. Well, tomorrow at 6, don't miss. Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. We'll kick off back to school week with a special instructional from David Ortiz. The pinch hitter here for JP Arencibia as Daniel Nava is coming up. Nava appeared in last night's game. 194 so far with a home run, 9 runs batted in. Arencibia had been 1 for 2 and had the only hit for Tampa Bay in this game. Nava taking strike 1. Brad Boxberger up for the Rays, their closer. Nava fouling it off to the left out of play. Down 0-2. Well, tonight at 10 on NESN Sports Today, Jermaine Wiggins and Matt Chatham will be in studio to break down week 1 of the NFL season. NESN Sports Today presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do. Nava had a 7th inning single in last night's ball game. I think 4+ seasons in a Red Sox uniform. And he strikes out looking, rung up as Machi gets him, and Nava doesn't like it at all. He's out number 2 of the 8th.
That's a high splitter right there by Machi. It's almost like he quick pitched him that time, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
I mean, a little something different there, a different look by Machi, and Nava was not ready.
So 2 down here in the 8th inning. Brandon Guyer will take strike 1. Guyer 0 for 3. He's fouled out to the catcher, struck out swinging, and flied out to right. Machi ahead 0-2. The pitching has been outstanding in this game so far today. Scoreless contest here in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 outs, bases empty, and a foul ball.
As Machi again going to that quick pitch. Gives him a different windup, a very quick windup in delivery. Trying to throw the timing off of the hitters. Starts to come up and just throws.
Brandon Guyer now. Mikey Matuk waiting on deck. There's a pop-up. Foul ground, and Leon discards the mask and makes the catch. A 1-2-3 8th inning for Machi. We head to the 9th. Scoreless tie from St. Pete. CVS Pharmacy will make a donation at Children's Hospital towards a $25,000 commitment once again this season. CVS Pharmacy, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. Well, we are scoreless here as we get ready for the top half of the ninth inning. New battery in here for Tampa Bay. Rene Rivera now in the game after J.P. Arencibi was hit for by Daniel Nava. And the new pitcher is the closer for the Rays, Brad Boxberger, into the game here for Tampa Bay. 61st appearance, 4-9, 3.27 earned run average. Save opportunities, he's 34 out of 39. Coming in here at home in a tie game. Travis Shaw leading it off in the ninth inning. Shaw 0 for 3, striking out twice today and grounding out. Shaw jumping ahead here, 2-0. Shaw, Castillo, followed by Craig. High fly ball up by the catwalks and the speakers and everything else as Longoria waits for it to come down at third, and he makes the catch. Oh, and up near the roof here at the Trop for the first out of the inning.
A little bit more difficult during the day to pick up the baseball because of the sun outside. It's a little bit brighter in here, and that was way up there and had a lot of things to avoid.
One out in the ninth inning and brings up Rusney Castillo. Castillo has singled, walked, and struck out. Red Sox with Robbie Ross Jr. up in the pen. We get inning for Gene Machi coming in the eighth inning. Castillo takes a pitch low and hits the ball on a strike now to Rusney Castillo. Boxberger pitching a scoreless ninth inning Friday night. There's strike two. Well, Machi only threw 10 pitches in that 1-2-3 eighth inning. 9 for strikes of the 10 that he threw. 1-2 pitch. Castillo golfs it foul off to the right, out of play. For every home run the Red Sox hit the rest of the season, Alltown will donate $500 to the Cystic Fibrosis Multiple Sclerosis Fund. Alltown is New England's premier healthier convenience retailer. Castillo strikes out. That is now 15 strikeouts in the game for Rays pitching. 2 down in the ninth.
And a lot of strikeouts for both sides in this game today. And, again, Boxberger goes upstairs to Castillo, up and in. And tough pitch to get at for Castillo. No question about that. I did not expect a game like this today at all.
Well, here's Alan Craig with 2 outs here in the ninth inning. Craig has 1 home run this year for the Red Sox. 1 pitch coming up. So the breakdown: 11 strikeouts for Smiley, 2 for Geltz, 1 for Colomé, and 1 for Boxberger. 15 strikeouts in this game for Tampa Bay. Craig takes the strike, and it's 1-2. Double-barreled action now in the Red Sox pen. Robbie Ross been joined by Tommy Lane up for the second time. The 1-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss. Craig down on strikes. Red Sox down in order in the top of the 9. Scoreless to the bottom of the 9. Will preview Eduardo Rodriguez to start against the Orioles. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Well, Gene Machi back on the mound for the Red Sox here after throwing 10 pitches in the 8th, back out there in the 9th. And it looks like Asdrubal Cabrera is going to pinch hit here for Mikey Batuk. .265, 12 home runs for Cabrera. Had the day off until now. Red Sox into the shift on the right side on him was Xander Bogaerts on the right side of the infield. Outside for ball 1. Cabrera 1 home run shy of 100 in his career. And a swing and a miss. Strike 1-1.
Yeah, chasing a fastball that's up and away from him. Certainly not a ball he's going to hit out of the ballpark.
Kenny Romero and Brandon Gomes. The action for the Rays in their pen. Cabrera showing bunt, drops it down the third baseline. It's a good one, and the throw from Marrero is going to be in time. Nice play. Evan Marrero racing in, realized it was going to stay fair, and he fires down to first and throws out Cabrera.
Yeah, good heads-up play by Devin Marrero at third base. You know, he's in shallow, as you can see right there. Now, this is a pretty good bunt down the line, but a good jump on it by Marrero. Picks it up in fair territory and had plenty of time to get Cabrera at first base. Beautiful play. I like the angle he took at that, too. He came right down that line to give him a better position to throw to first base in.
One down in the 9th inning, and it brings up Evan Longoria as Torey Lovullo hops out of the dugout. Ramirez out there to break up the meeting, I think. He's been out there a while, along with the meeting. He's become part of the meeting.
Yeah, he's given Ramirez as much time as he can to warm up.
Chimachi coming out, and they'll have a pitching change from St. Petersburg with a scoreless ball game going here in the ninth. Over here for the Red Sox, Noe Ramirez into the game. Ramirez's ninth appearance, 0-1 with a 4.70 earned run average, 7 strikeouts, 3 walks. Opponent's hitting at .265 against the right-hander. Brought on to face Evan Longoria with 1 out here in the 9th inning. And Longoria will take strike 1. Evan's surprised to find that Angel Hernandez called that a strike. Longoria has fouled out, popped out, and last time up struck out looking. Jumping back out of the way of that pitch in. Red Sox pitching with 11 strikeouts, 10 for Hill in his 7 innings of work. Chimachi with a strikeout, an inning and a third. Swing and a miss for Longoria, down 1-2. Of course, the landing area on the most famous home run in Rays history. Evan Longoria getting the Rays into the postseason. The Red Sox were losing in Baltimore.
Well, was that ever a weird night?
Yes, it was.
Wow.
Two. And a pop-up sending Bogarts to the outfield artificial surface to make the catch for the second out of the ninth. So two-way, it'll bring up Logan Forsythe.
Number 11, Logan Forsythe.
Forsythe has struck out, flied out to center, grounded out to shortstop. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Completely fooled on that slider there. He's looking fastball all the way. Got the slider from Ramirez and a real weak swing there by Forsythe.
It's a piece of that, and it's 0-2. Noe Ramirez working in Friday night's game, giving up a 2-run home run to J.P. Arancibia. Third major league stint for Noe Ramirez. All with the Red Sox this year. Outside for ball one. Rays have left 3 men on base in this game and have just the 1 hit, being out hit 7-1 as they bat with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Swing and a miss, and we've got bonus baseball today from St. Pete. Scoreless into the 10th. By Jack Lake's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Lake's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Scoreless game into the 10th inning. Red Sox with 7 hits, the Rays with 1. The pitcher on is Brandon Gomes into the game here for Tampa Bay. 54th appearance, 2-5 with a 3.44 earned run average, 40 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting at 229. As Marrero leads it off and swings and misses for strike 1. Closer for the Rays, Boxberger, had pitched the 9th inning at a 1-2-3 ninth with 2 strikeouts. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2.
Chasing a high fastball, then the slider from Gomes.
Rays have lost 10 consecutive extra inning games. A new team record for Tampa Bay in that category. Here's a liner to left and a base hit for Marrero. Red Sox have the lead runner on in the 10th.
Yeah, strange offensive day for Marrero. I mean, 2 strikeouts to start it off, then back-to-back base hits. And on an 0-2 count, gets a slider that's got too much of the plate, and Marrero finds left field. Now Sandy Leon, I'm sure, will be bunting in this situation.
3 sacrifice bunts this season. As Leon stands in here, he had struck out 3 times in this game. Is squaring and pops it up and not going to get it done. Rivera makes the catch in fair ground as Leon can't get the bunt down.
Small things that you've got to get done, especially late in the ball game. You're asked to sacrifice. Barrel of the bat not on top of the baseball, underneath it, and pops it straight up. Rivera there to make the play.
So Marrero still at first base. Into the shift go the Rays on the right side. Bradley with his 4th at bat of the day. Bradley takes strike 1. There is the shift on Bradley.
Outfield very deep too for the Tampa Bay Rays, especially Kiermaier in center field. Nothing over their head. They don't want that run scoring from first base.
Line caught at third by Longoria for the 2nd out of the inning. Took a look towards first, but Marrero back to the bag at first. 2 down.
Now, even on his secondary lead over there at first base, it's hard to get off very much because the ball was hit so hard. Longoria takes a peek at first, but no play there.
So 2 down, Marrero at first base, and here comes Mookie Betts. Strike over the outside corner. Mookie with a single in the 3rd, a single in the 8th, 2 for 4 today. Pedroia waiting on deck. 16 strikeouts today for Rays pitching. On the ground up the middle, and ranging is Beckham. He'll throw. No, he'll hold on to it. Has no play at second. And the go-ahead run in scoring position now for Boston with 2 outs here in the 10th inning.
I was hoping he'd throw that ball to first base because he had no chance, and that means Marrero would have been able to go to third base. Instead, Marrero has to stay at second base in scoring position. That was just a fake throw by Beckham. Right there, they know they got no chance at Mookie Betts.
Now Dustin Pedroia coming up. That base hit for Betts, his 3rd hit of the day. Red Sox now hitting the Rays 9-1. Pedroia's got one of those hits, a 1 for 4 day for the Red Sox second baseman. Red Sox with double-barreled action in the pen. Tommy Lane and Robbie Ross Jr. both ready to go. In the dirt, as to his right goes Rivera.
Yeah, lately the Red Sox have been using Robbie Ross Jr. to close out games. So if the Red Sox take the lead here, you probably see Ross at the end of this inning.
Two-0 pitch, and Pedroia takes the strike. It's 2-1. Xander Bogaerts waiting on deck. Leadoff single by Marrero began this inning. Leon trying to bunt him over, popped out. Bradley lining out to third. The infield hit for Betts, first and second. Now a 2-1. And Pedroia hits it on the ground to short. Beckham will go to first base. And a good stretch at first for the out by Schaefer that ends the inning. We head to the bottom of the 10th, still scoreless. Tonight at an all-new Charlie Moore Outdoors, Charlie and longtime friend Mark Burgess head to the lake in New Hampshire to do some smallmouth fishing. Don't miss an all-new Charlie Moore tonight at 6. No scoreless as we head here to the bottom of the 10th inning, as Agondo now has joined Tommy Lane in the pen. Steven Souza leading it off here for the Rays and taking ball 1. Ramirez back on the mound, got the final 2 outs of the 9th inning. Souza 0 for 3 is grounded out and struck out twice. Ramirez falling behind 2-0. Rays pitching has 16 strikeouts. The Red Sox pitching with a total of 12 in this game. Ball 3, 3-0. Tim Beckham waiting on deck. Then Richie Schaefer scheduled to bat here in the inning for Tampa Bay. Ball 4 and a 4-pitch walk. Down to first base goes Souza. Breaks up a string of 14 in a row. Retired by Red Sox pitching. Tim Beckham has never had a sacrifice bunt in his career as he stands in. Walked, struck out, and grounded out in this game. Throw to first and back to the bag is Souza. Time call. On the grass at third, Marrero. Shaw holding on. The runner at first in Souza. Ramirez has walked the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Beckham not squaring as he takes strike 1. They have missed a sign. We'll see here as he checks with his third base coach. Throw to first and back to the bag is Souza. Beckham squaring this time, and he fouls it off himself. Was still in the box.
And not a very good square around that time. If you sacrifice, he almost looked like he was bunting for a base hit. So not a very good effort there by Beckham. Actually reached for, I take that back. You know, he did square around very well, but did not crouch down enough to go down and get that low pitch.
Now hits a fly ball to shallow left. Stu had been deep, but has time to run in and recover to make the catch for the first out here in the 10th. So Souza back to the bag at first as Beckham unable to advance the runner. Looks like a pinch hitter coming up here for the Rays. James Loney is going to pinch hit for Richie Schaefer. And Troy Lavello is going to head out and make a change as a result. Loney introduced. So the pitching change here with 1 out in the 10th inning, and Souza at first base, scoreless in the 10th. And a new pitcher on for the Red Sox, their fourth of the day. Tommy Lane into the game for Boston. 55th appearance, 1-1 with a 4.01 earned run average, 42 strikeouts, 22 walks, and opponents sitting at 241 against Lane. Ace one batter in the 8th inning on Friday night with 1 on and 1 out in the 8th. Got Kiermaier to line out before he was replaced by Noe Ramirez in the game on Friday. Now he takes over for Ramirez, who departs responsible for Souza at first base. James Loney, the pinch hitter, as a check at first as Souza back to the bag. So Loney pinch hitting here for Richie Schaefer, who had struck out twice and been hit by a pitch. Jumping back out of the way of a fastball down and in. Kevin Kiermaier waiting on deck. Loney's last 10 hits have all been singles. Finally, time called. Tommy Lane not wanting to throw the baseball right now.
A couple of throws to first base and holding the ball a long time, almost forcing the timeout.
Two and 0. Walk by Souza to begin the inning. Beckham flied out to left. Couldn't get the bunt down. Pinch hitter Loney now facing the new pitcher Tommy Lane. And Loney grounds it foul. Broke his bat with that foul ball. Souza gains his lead at first base. 2-1 pitch coming here. And Loney with a swing and a miss. This ball by him that time. 2-2.
And bailing in out a little bit on that pitch. Front shoulder flying, as you can see right there.
Two pitch. First will go to first, and back to the bag again is Souza. In the air to right field, sending Bradley back a step or two. Makes the catch for the second out of the 10th inning. So Souza with a leadoff walk, but still at first base with now 2 down here in the 10th. That'll bring up Kevin Kiermaier.
Yeah, unsuccessfully able to butt him to second base. A little weak fly ball for an out. Now another weak fly ball for an out. The leadoff man who walked still at first base.
Kevin Kiermaier coming up 0 for 3 in the game. He is flat out to right, reached on a fielder's choice, and flat out to left. Bluff by Lane has Souza diving back safely. Kiermaier will take ball one.
Looked like a pretty good pitch.
Yep. Outside for ball two, 2-0. Three and 0. Ball four, and into scoring position with a potential winning run goes Souza. Second walk of the inning allowed by Red Sox pitching.
Now here's the question: would you rather have Lane right here facing Rivera, who is not a very good hitter, unless he's been called back? He may have been called back. Then you got John Jaso. He could bring off the bench and brought in a right-hander, but it looks like
Joey Butler.
Yeah, Joey Butler.
Your attention, please. Pitching for Rivera, number 9, Joey Butler.
Raul's going to go out and talk here to Tommy Lane.
This September call-up stuff too is a lot of extra work for the coaches trying to get the scouting reports correct on a lot of these guys that have been called to the big leagues.
Shelton over his reports. First and second, two down here in the 10th inning for the Rays. Butler snapped an 0 for 10 yesterday against the Red Sox with a 9th inning single. Called up on August the 27th. Has hit at .222 since coming up, 4 for 18. Potential winning run in scoring position here as Butler stands in. Faking off the backside of the mound. Ball one. Runner at second, the responsibility of Noe Ramirez, who walked the leadoff hitter to begin the inning. There's a strike, and it's 1-1. And Geyer, top of the order, waiting on deck. As he goes off the backside, no throw, nobody cutting in. One to Butler. Inside for ball two. Leon's going to go out and talk to Lane. Two outs and two on here in the 10th inning. Bunch of winning run at second and Steven Souza Jr. Joey Butler, the pinch hitter, waiting on a 2-1 pitch from Tommy Lane. In there for strike 2, and it evens up.
That's borderline right there. Very high strike called in Tommy Lane's favor.
Butler fouls it back, and it hangs at 2-2. Souza at second base with 2 outs here in the 10th. Ball 3 and a close pitch, full count.
Matt tried the changeup and just missed up and away. I mean, wanted that ball down and away, but it stayed upstairs and not a strike.
Now the runners can get a start. And Leon's going back out again. Red Sox have action. Alexia Gondo. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here in the 10th inning with Souza at second base. Butler strikes out and will head to the 11th. Game still tied 0-0. Jack Lake's Jerky is feed your wild side. Into the 11th. Without a score. Red Sox with 9 hits. Tampa Bay with 1. And Xander Bogaerts leading it off here in the 11th. Changes here for Tampa Bay as Loney stays in the game at first. And into the game now, Luke Maile in behind the plate. Brandon Gomes remaining on the mound. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Rally caps in the Red Sox dugout. Christian Vasquez, the 0-2 pitch. And Xander strikes out at a pitch away. That is strikeout number 17 for Tampa Bay.
Just basically staying with the slide of that whole at bat against Bogaerts. Gets ahead of him and can stay off the outside part of the plate, get him to chase a bad pitch. Let's hope they work, Don.
New season high for the Red Sox in strikeouts today with 17 strikeouts as a team. There is Travis Shaw with 1 out. That'll get away for ball 1. Into the shift go the Rays on the right side of the infield. Eddie Romero, the left-hander, continues to warm. Drop in there for a strike, 1-1. Holmes got out of a 2-on, 2-out jam in the 10th inning and starts the 11th. Fly ball foul off to the left out of play. Ball, 2 strikes. 1 out here in the 11th inning. Shaw today 0 for 4, striking out twice. And a swing, and he got a piece of it to stay alive.
Back-to-back changeups from Gomes. The last 2 pitches off-speed pitches. And that one just barely fouled off by Travis Shaw.
One, 2. And that is outside. 2-2. Nick Castillo waiting on deck. 1 down here in the 11th. And a drive to right for Shaw. Sending Souza back onto the track. He leaps in, makes the catch in right. Souza timing it in right field to make the grab and to rob Shaw. 2 down.
Yeah, the ball was not going to get out of the ballpark, but had a chance to get off the wall. Almost a one-handed swing here by Shaw on a ball that's away from him. And for a pitch that's in that location, that ball was hit pretty deep, but Souza makes a very nice play. Times his leap and grabs it before it hits the top of the wall.
So 2 down here in the 11th inning, and now a liner into left center field for Rusney Castillo, a base hit. Over to cut it off from left is Guy. Rusney trying for second base, and he'll get there. That first slide and a 2-out double for Rusney Castillo.
That's the advantage of being on the artificial surface. You hit a ball like that, it's got a chance to get in the gap. And once that happens, it can quickly turn into a double. On contact right there, Rusney thinking about 2. Takes a peek, makes that decision on his own, and easily gets into second base as the throw is off target.
Alan Craig coming up here for his 5th at bat of the day. Craig grounded out to second base in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 4th inning, singled in the 7th, and then struck out swinging in the 9th inning. Now he takes strike 1. 0-1 to Craig. Fouled back, and he's down 0-2. Nate Castillo at second base, representing the go-ahead run here for the Red Sox in the 11th inning. The 0-2 pitch. Craig gets just a piece to stay alive.
Yeah, pretty nasty slider there from Gomes, and Craig just reaching out and touching that breaking ball to give himself another pitch.
Craig with a swing and a miss. Got away briefly from the catcher, but Maile applies the tag and ends the inning. We head to the bottom of the 11th, still scoreless. Game. Agondo into his 58th appearance, 2-1 with a 4.14 earned run average, 48 strikeouts, 24 walks, and opponents hitting at .242 against Agondo. Grady Sizemore pinch hitting here for Brandon Guyer to begin the inning. And he takes ball one. Sizemore made the start yesterday in left field for the Rays. Pinch hitting here with a .221 batting average, 6 homers, 17 runs batted in. Guyer had been 0 for 4 in the ball game from the top spot in the Rays order. Two and 0. Leon out to talk to Alexi Agondo. Agondo took the loss against the Blue Jays in his last outing 5 days ago. Started the 10th inning with a score tied 1-1. And the Blue Jays took care of business in a hurry. Gave up 4 earned runs in that 1 inning. Sizemore gets jammed and pops it up. Coming from third is Marrero to make the catch for the first out here, the bottom of the 11th inning.
Sandy Leone, the catcher, he had no idea where the baseball was. He's looking toward the Red Sox dugout for help, and the ball was out near Marrero. He didn't see it at all.
One down in the 11th inning.
Leone's looking in the wrong direction.
Dribble Cabrera with a swing and a miss. Getting the DH spot after he pinch hit for Mikey Matuk back in the 9th inning and grounded out to third base. They shift on him on the right side of the Red Sox infield. One ball, one strike with one out here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Enny Romero warming in the pen for the Rays, been up a couple of different times. Cabrera pops it up into shallow center. Out goes Bogarts, backpedaling. In comes Betts, and Mookie dives forward to make the catch. And a bit of an adventure out there in center, but Betts able to make the grab. 2 down.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if Mookie lost that ball or he was afraid that Betts was going to take it. Bogarts was going to take it, rather. Xander going back. Mookie coming in. He's looking at his shortstop like he's got it. And then when he realized he was not deep enough, he had to come in and make the play. What an adjustment he made on that play.
Two down here in the 11th. Here's Evan Longoria, 0 for 4 in the ball game. Takes strike one. 7 for 13 with a couple of home runs for Longoria against Agondo. Outside, a ball and a strike now to Longoria. Bill started this game for the Red Sox. 7 shutout innings, 10 strikeouts, and a very impressive outing. Samachi, Ramirez, Lane, now Agondo. Scoreless game here in the 11th inning with 2 down. Strike called. Longoria didn't like it. He's down 1-2.
One hit for Tampa Bay in the afternoon, and that was a questionable hit. That ground ball of Bogarts to his right. That's been it.
Longoria to right field as Bradley runs over and looked like he may have lost it in the light bank, but he makes the catch in right to end the inning. We head for the 12th, still scoreless. Hitting Tampa Bay 10-1 in this game. Evan Marrero leading it off here for Boston and taking strike one. Eddie Sizemore stays in the game, takes over in left field. Mentioning for Brandon Guyer. And Romero into the game. 15th appearance without a record of 4.79 earned run average. And then Marrero with a count of 1-1. 4 for 13 so far. 2 hits today, single to left and a single to right. It's a fly ball to center field. Kevin Kiermaier out there. He'll make the catch for the first out of the 12th inning. So one down, and that'll bring up Sandy Leon, the catcher. Leon 0 for 4, struck out 3 times and popped out to the catcher. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Jackie Bradley Jr. waiting on deck. 0 for 4 day from the number 9 spot in the order. Fouled back to the screen, and Leon down 1-2. Hembry now warming in the Red Sox pen. Red Sox have used Machi, Ramirez, Lane, and Agondo out of the pen. Fouled off to the right for Sandy Leon. The 1-2 pitch. And it's fouled down the right field line out of play.
Fastball up at 97 miles an hour for Romero. Saw him the other night. Fastball slider type pitcher.
He came into the 6th inning Friday night. Gave up hits to back-to-back batters. 1-2 pitch. Foul back to the screen, and Leon stays alive. 96 on that fastball. Fouls it off to the right. You'll see an 8th pitch in this at bat. Now the catcher Maley out there to talk to Romero. One-two pitch. And Leon eventually strikes out. 4th time today that he has struck out. That time on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 down.
Now, little doubt what Romero wanted to do there. Not just stay with the fastball against Leon. Exactly what he does. And 97 is not mentioned, and blew it right by him. fouled off some that were a little bit away from him, but then he comes back inside and gets Sandy Leon.
So 2 down for Jackie Bradley Jr. Takes strike 1. 0 for 4 in the game and struck out 3 times. Outside for ball 2, 2-1. Slap foul, 2-2. Waiting on deck, top of the order, Mookie Betts with 2 down here in the 12th inning. Bradley with a shift on to the shortstop Beckham, who throws low, but it's dug out by Loney at first base. Into the bottom of the 12th, 0-0. And into the game for the Red Sox, Heath Hembree. His 13th appearance, not a record, a 4.76 earned run average, 11 strikeouts and 2 walks. And opponents hitting at .269 against Hembree. Takes over for Alexia Gondo at a 1-2-3 11th inning. Logan Forsythe leading it off here for the Rays and taking strike 1. Forsythe has struck out twice, flied out and grounded out. It's a fly ball foul off to the right, out of play. Steven Souza Jr. waiting on deck. Then Tim Beckham scheduled to bat here in the 12th inning. Grounded to second base as Pedroia backing up, but he'll throw to first in time to get Forsythe.
Right fielder, number 20, Steven Souza Jr.
One down in the 12th inning brings up Steven Souza Jr. Only one hit all day today for Tampa Bay. That was back in the third inning. J.P. Arencibi with an infield hit. So one hit allowed by Red Sox pitching in 11 and a third innings. Souza down the line at third into left field. Heading over to plate is Castillo quickly as he fires to second base. Souza will get there standing with a one-out double here in the 12th inning.
Now Souza right down that third base line and very quickly gets back past Marrero down at third base. Once it does, it's going to be two bases. Rusney hustles after this down in that left field corner, but goes into the slide. By the time he gets up and throws it, though, Souza well on his way to second base with the double.
Like a pinch hitter coming up here in John Jaso for Tim Beckham.
Your attention, please. Pitch hitting for Beckham, number 28, John Jaso.
278, 3 homers, 17 runs batted in for Jaso.
Looks like they got to put Jaso on first base, just walk him.
So the intentional walk for the pinch hitter Jaso down to first base, 2 on, 1 away, and Loney will be coming up.
First baseman, number 21, James Loney.
Only fly to right is only at bat in this game. Outside for ball 1. Phillies picking up their second hit of the ball game here in the 12th inning. The double by Souza. Intentional walk of Jaso. Runners at first and second. 1 out. Potential winning run in scoring position. And Embry kind of bluffing in that direction. The 1-0. Strike called. Didn't look like a strike, but it is 1-1.
Embry will certainly take this because it didn't look like it was anywhere close to being a strike.
Loney tardy on that 96-mile-an-hour fastball and is down 1-2.
A very late swing there by James Loney.
Souza at second base representing the winning run here for Tampa Bay as they bat in the 12th inning. Loney on the ground towards shortstop. Bogaerts will go to second for 1, on to first for 2. Double play. It'll take us to the 13th. Still scoreless from St. Pete. Scoreless as we head here to the top half of the 13th inning in the top of the Red Sox order. Mookie Betts leading it off and taking ball one. New shortstop now for the Rays. Nick Franklin taking over at shortstop after Beckham was pinch hit for. Romero back on the mound here for Tampa Bay to begin the inning. And a pop up in foul ground. Over comes Loney. He has a play and he makes it for the first out of the 13th inning. So one away, and that'll bring up Dustin Pedroia. Dustin today has struck out, grounded out, single, grounded into a double play, and grounded out again. A 1-0. And a grounder foul towards the end of the Red Sox dugout. Jumps up into the seats. Xander Bogaerts waiting on deck with one out here in the 13th. Pedroia lines into center field, and it's in for a base hit. Kiermaier will play it on a hop. And the Red Sox have a one-out base runner here in the 13th inning.
And the second hit of the day for Pedroia. Had one back to lead off the 6th inning for the Red Sox. Line shot up the middle by Pedroia on the fastball from Romero.
There is Xander, had a base hit way back in the first inning, a single and a stolen base. He walked and stole a base in the 3rd inning as he takes strike one. Bobby Ross Jr. up for the 3rd time in the pen. Bogaerts to center field, and that's going to get in for a base hit. Pedroia takes second base. Back-to-back hits here for the Red Sox with one out in the 13th inning.
Now, Bogaerts had a base hit back in his first at bat. Then a long afternoon since then. Picks up his second hit here in the 13th. Almost identical spots. Pedroia, Bogaerts with the line drive base hit. And one base at a time as Pedroia has to hold up at second.
Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, out there for the Rays. Talking to Romero, who pitched the 12th inning, back out there to start the 13th. Andrew Bellotti has been up in the pen. Red Sox now 12 hits. Tampa Bay with only 2. As we play here in the 13th inning. Travis Shaw standing in with 2 on and 1 away. Takes ball one. Shaw 0 for 5 today, striking out twice. Grounding out once, flying out twice. That's a go-ahead run at second base and Pedroia. Bogaerts at first, 1 out. And Shaw hits a ground ball, base hit into right field. Pedroia will be stopped at third as Souza's up and throwing. It's cut off. And the Red Sox have him loaded with 1 down, but it's sharply into right field, but Souza charged that ball. No way they could try to send Pedroia.
Yeah, and he wasn't playing that deep either, and he put a very good charge on the ball. It's a slider, as you can see. Nice piece of hitting by Shaw. But look how quickly Souza gets to this ball, and of course rolling on that carpet gets to him a little bit quicker. And right there, they're not going to be able to score the run, but they do have the bases loaded.
Well, Kevin Cash out to make the change. Going to go to Andrew Bellotti here with one out in the 13th inning. Red Sox have them loaded here in the 13th with the pitching change from St. Petersburg. Bases loaded and a pitching change here for Tampa Bay. Andrew Bellotti comes into the game, 9th appearance, 3-1 with a 1.15 earned run average, 15 2/3 innings, 14 strikeouts and 9 walks, and opponents sitting at 154 against Bellotti. And a 1-2-3 ninth inning and 8 pitches yesterday against the Red Sox, and this is the 3rd game in a row for him. So Romero responsible for the men on as he looks on from the dugout for the Rays, and chance here for Rusney Castillo to put the Red Sox on top in the top of the 13th inning. Infield in all the way around for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, not taking the chance of getting the conventional double play. They're playing in.
And Castillo takes strike 1. He's now 2 hits in the game, a single back in the 2nd, a double in the 11th inning. Castillo lines it to left field, a base hit. Here comes Pedroia. Behind him is Bogarts, and 2 runs will come in for Boston. The Red Sox take a 2-0 lead in the 13th inning. Rusney Castillo drives in a pair.
Now the Red Sox have hit some balls very, very hard in this inning, and that one included by Rusney Castillo. They want to go away from him. It stays inside, a fastball inside, and he just cleans it out. Pedroia scored it right on his back, was Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts read that was going to drop in, and he's just following Pedroia to home plate.
So 2 runs coming in for the Red Sox here in the 13th inning. Now Alan Craig the batter. The runs charged to Romero. A single for Craig back in the 7th inning. And Craig takes strike 1. Still just 1 out in the inning as Robbie Ross Jr. gets ready now for the bottom of the 13th inning. Pitch inside to Craig, and it's a ball and a strike. So Hembree right now the pitcher of record as he pitched the bottom of the 12th inning. Shaw at second, Castillo at first, and one down. Strike called. Craig didn't like it. A look back at Hernandez, and he's down 1-2. There's Hembree, who pitched the bottom of the 12th. Ground ball back to the mound, to second base for one, and on to first for two. Wow. Didn't look like that was going to happen there. A little miscommunication around the bag at second, but the Red Sox take a 2-0 lead. The Toyota play of the game, and this is the base hit by Rusney Castillo that scores both Dustin Pedroia and Xander Bogaerts to give the Red Sox a 2-0 lead in the top of the 13th inning.
And Rusney took advantage of a mislocation there. They wanted a fastball away. It stayed down and in, and Castillo cleaned it out for the base hit to drive in 2 runs.
Well, the Red Sox bring in Robbie Ross, trying to wrap this up. His 47th appearance, 0-2 with a 3.86 earned run average. 1 for 3 in save opportunities. And he pours in strike number 1 to Kevin Kiermaier. Kiermaier has fly to right, reached on the fielder's choice, fly to left, and walked in the ball game. It's a ground ball right side. Pedroia laying it out from one knee. Throws to first base to get Kiermaier. 1 down here in the 13th inning.
That's the kind of energy you love to see in extra innings from Pedroia right there. That dive to take a base hit away from Kiermaier. Now he's playing him shallow because he can run. And you can see right there, he's almost in double play depth. So he really has to be quick to get to this ball. He is. Dives and makes the play at first base.
1 down here in the 13th inning brings up Maile, as he is 1 for 9 so far in the major leagues. Swing and a miss for a strike 1. Swinging a foul tip, and it's 0-2. Outside, and a ball and 2 strikes. Popped up. Foul ground. Shaw into foul ground. And he makes the catch for the second out of the 13th inning. So 2 down, and that'll bring up Grady Sizemore. Sizemore popping out to the third baseman, Devin Marrero, in the 11th inning when he pinch hit. There's a base hit into center field, and the Rays will bring the tying run to the plate. And Sizemore has a 2-out single, and it'll give Asdrubal Cabrera a chance.
Now Sizemore was not going to wait around and get behind the left-handed pitcher. He jumps on the first fastball that he sees and puts the base hit up the middle to keep things alive for the Rays with 2 outs.
So Asdrubal Cabrera batting for the 3rd time. He pinch hit in the 9th inning, grounded out to third base. Then he flied out to center in the 11th. Here he is in the 13th. And a pitch in there for strike 1. Foul tip in at strike 2.
Looks to juice on that. 95 from Robbie Ross.
So 2 down here in the 13th inning, and Ross ahead in the count 0-2. Up and away for ball 1, 1-2. On deck, Evan Longoria here in the 13th inning. Swing and a miss, and the Red Sox win. So Robbie Ross able to finish off the Rays in the 13th inning. Big hit for Rusney Castillo that drives in 2, and the Red Sox win it 2-0 in 13 in St. Pete as Boston, in the first leg of their 3-city tour, able to win here today in the finale. We'll step aside, come back with more right after this. Hey,